Okay. There we go. Hunter, what's going on? Silas, Country, hey. Sorry, I gotta pull up my pants. They're falling down. That's right, I couldn't. Sorry, when you hear me typing away and like completely not looking at the camera, it is definitely because I am sending It's because I'm sending out stuff to all my socials to try to get more engagement, so that we can get more people on here, so that we can grow, so I can buy new guns and all kinds of fun stuff. Because that's the plan, right? Alrighty, let's do this. Should we grab snack? Let's grab snack. In our rip it can. Rip it. And snacky. Ooh. They told him, don't you ever come around here. So I changed some stuff on the back wall. I don't know if any of you regulars have noticed yet, but there was a change to the back wall. That's right, it's America while I eat seaweed. A little bit more like that. Do this. How's everybody doing? Harrison, welcome. How's it going? Ava, yeah, I saw in the Discord, Ava. Sorry to hear you had not a great time. Although Ava, if it makes you feel better, Riley and Ezra are both playing Fortnite right now with their new Sabrina Carpenter skins. So, you could always go join their Discord and play Fortnite with them. Since they're teenagers and Ezra's a little bit older than you and Riley's a little bit younger than you. So, do I have static chop, or is that my guns in the background? Feeling fat tonight. All right. We're at 14. 14 people, folks. That's okay. We just barely started like 5 minutes ago. And Fud Hat. I do like the car 98. What is up, Jolly? Does it sound like I have phlegm? Is it really bad static? Hold on. I do go fishing every once in a while. Let me try muting. Is that better? Does that sound any better? Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. All I do is win, win, win no matter what. I'm eating Kettle brand, Kettle cooked, salt and pepper chips. Yes, Hunter, question mark. You were asking a question. Turkey totaler. I have. So start on this side. Some static still. Okay, let me see if I put in my. That's my Marlin 22. Then I have a Winchester 120 Ranger. Oh, that might be it. And then I have a 6.5 Creedmoor AR-10, an AR-15, and then I have. Damn it! I left my box. I cleaned my pistols. Let's try this. Let's try something more different. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. I do like deer sausage. Damn it. My computer, I am just all over the place right now. Last night was so good, and what the actual hell? Come on. Log in. What the hell? Okay. Can you guys hear me better now? I've got my mic. I'm using my external mic. Sorry, Recon. Yes, I do like deer sausage. I think deer sausage is great. I do like to hunt when I go hunting. Run gun, do I sound better now? Can you guys hear me all right? J-Dog, does it sound better now? Good night, Recon. Am I not connected to Wi-Fi? Okay. Can you guys... Hunter, sorry. What's your question, Hunter? I want to make sure that I get you. All right. Yes, now it's good. Test, test, 1, 2, 1, 2, no static. Okay. All right. Well, it's not realistic to hold my phone the whole time. I can't even see my ribbon can. Okay. I don't mind SIGs. I've shot SIGs lots of times. I just don't. I don't own one. Oh, Run Gun has been a mod for a really long time, bud. I understand, Ava. If you don't want to, if you need to just take a break, that's fine. Turkey. I haven't been hunting in about 15 years, but sorry. You're thinking of Ryan Reynolds because you've got a crush on Ryan Reynolds. I don't actually own any Glocks. I just own pretend Glocks. Dog woman. Your Christ evens 10 out of 10. You're good, Ava. You take whatever time you need, but know that we're there and I'm here if you want to talk. And you can always email me. My email's here on YouTube. You can reach out to me anytime you want. All right, Harrison. You have a wonderful evening, buddy. I go salmon fishing every other year up in Alaska because that's where I grew up. Country. What's going on, friends? I'm eating seaweed and potato chips. And we're trying to get people on. I know it's a long shot, but it would be super cool if we could get 150 people to sub. Oh, cool. Is he in Kodiak? Or is he in what is it? So there's Kodiak Island, there's King Salmon Air Station. There is shit, where all the deadliest catch guys are. What is that? I can't remember the name of the town. Because I can, Carl, because I build them and it's fun. And I like them. All correct answers. All correct answers. Because guns are fun and they're cool. I'm going to be on the other one. Okay. Oh. This one. Yeah. ESA 50 BMG is coming soon. I've seen that. It looks interesting. I don't think I want to be one of the first adopters. ESA once they've had something for a while, it starts to smooth some of the rough edges. But until then, I think I'll let other people do the beta testing. They won't call it that. Did you guys know these little things of seaweed? Only like 20 calories. Really good. It's too bad I'm sitting here eating a bag of chips beside it. Did I tell them that I was live? Yeah. Florida. God bless everywhere. I'm gonna be okay. Hot take, hot controversial take. Nice FUD guns. The ARs, the AK, the one little 22, the shotgun. Which one is the FUD gun? Aiden? No, what I was gonna say, the hot take was this. The scope on the AR looks good to me. Well, it's a 6.5 Creedmoor, so you know it's a 1,000-yard gun. It kind of needs a scope. But that's okay. No, what I was gonna say was, I say God bless everywhere, and we say God bless my state and God bless this state. I say God bless the states that are going commie because they're the ones that need it the most right now. It is rough to live in California, Colorado, Illinois. Right. I'm gonna go drop these off real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. I'm back. Can you hear me now? What's up, Micah? How's it going? Are you good now? We can hear. Okay. I don't know what happened there. That's weird. The batteries are dead in my mics. All right. Well, I'm just going to have to do my best with this. What is up, Mr. Nate? You want a one rifle AR-10 pistol? Can you guys still hear me all right? Before I was using the mic, the internal mic was being weird. Hello, Ordnance. What's going on, buddy? Technically, my shotgun's my biggest caliber I have. But probably my most powerful rifle is my 6.5 Creedmoor right here. That one. I gotta wait for my stream to catch up to my stuff. It's an AR-10 and 6.5 Creedmoor. It's got a 21 or 22 inch barrel. Kens and Shar, welcome. I've shot 300 Win Mag. I prefer 338 Win Mag. It's a little bit heavier. It doesn't shoot quite as flat as 300, but it's got a little bit more weight to it. I say a little bit more weight. It's actually a pretty substantial amount of weight added to it. So I prefer if you're gonna have like a long range, but also just really powerful hunting rifle for pretty much anything that is here in the U.S., I would say 338 Winchester. If you don't want to go that heavy, 300 Win Mag is an excellent choice. And then if you want to go down from there, I would say probably just go to 30-06. If you just want like an all-around useful caliber. That's fairly easy to find rounds for. 300 PRC is good. I think 300 PRC is just what kind of optic? Honestly, it is an inexpensive Amazon optic. It's a cheap optic. I got it on Black Friday. It was like a $300 optic that I got for like $125, so like $175 off. So I can't even tell you. Some Chinese like fake. I'm sure it's supposed to be like a Vortex. I can tell you that it has a 20x. It's supposed to be 20x. I don't think it's quite 20x. It's probably more like 15. It's supposed to be like 6.5 to 20, and I think it's probably like 6.5 to 15. No, all of my optics, everything that I have, with the exception of I have a set of flip-up Magpul iron sights, or backup sights on my AR that's right above my head. Outside of that, all of my optics are inexpensive. All of my accessories are, they're not the cheapest that you can get on Amazon, but I try to be, I'm a very value-driven person because I think that there are a lot more people that are like me that save up to buy a firearm because just dropping $300, $400, $500, $600, $700 on a firearm all at once isn't easy. So they have to save up, and they don't want to save for a year and a half to buy a $1,400 gun. So they buy, they buy $600 in parts to get the equivalent of maybe a $900 gun. Chance in. Last time I went to Costco, I dropped $1,100, and it hurt. I'm pretty sure that I had to give up one of my testes. Yeah. It was not a flex. Not in any way. It sucked. I hated it. I hate going to Costco. Oh, Carl made a mistake. Are you safe and are you free from harm, Carl? From your mistake. You spent $2,500 on a Glock 43X? What are plastic guns? Glocks or... It doesn't help that I have like 3 teenagers at home, and we constantly have guests in the home. Like all of my kids' friends. I swear we feed half the neighborhood and my family. I want to hear what Mr. A said weird flex, and then he said plastic guns. Which guns are plastic guns? Did he leave? I'd really like to find out what he's talking about. You guys drive the chat, so. Yeah. Yeah. That's what's funny is like people say, you know, it's not good to use like the filament to 3D print lowers. I know for a fact you can buy glass nylon to 3D print with. Or it's really close to it and you can print it and then you bake it. Yeah. Huh. Glock. Glock lower. You drill out the holes and that's it. It's easy stuff. I'm all for that. I don't have a 3D printer. It's also on my wish list. It's one of the things that will end up in this room. Again, I've got this laundry list of items that needs to be added. And it all is going to come from monetization, hopefully one day. So, hey, did anybody notice what's different about the office? Anybody notice anything? Haywood, nope. One is not dieting. More stupid stuff, like what? Those cheap ass guns. The Nerf guns? I'll have you know that I don't know how much those Nerf guns cost me, because I don't remember. I think there's a reason we have like 3 of the same little red pistol. You're good, Carl. No, I put up all my deployment patches on the wall. All the morale patches. You know, when you're deployed, everybody wears morale patches because you don't want to be there. So commanders are like, yeah, wear morale patches. So there's some fun ones up there. Can't really see them from here, but they is there. I should turn this way so that you guys can see the things and stuff. Go like this. Okay. Oh. Huh? We'll lean back like this. Try to make myself look skinnier. Because that works. 357 SIG is an interesting round. I don't want to say it's not powerful. I know that there are some versions of it that are really, really good. But there's also some that basically have pretty similar ballistics to like 9mm, and so that's like for me. That's why I've never really been into 357 SIG. It's kind of like I feel like 357 SIG is like having a 9mm version of 10mm. If that makes sense. So. Ma'am. Hey, Sean. I want to see something. Hey, we've got 18 likes. That's awesome. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. Oh, goodness. Man, is everybody not at home? Is everybody out and about? Oh, you know what we need to do? You know what we haven't done in a while? This will be fun. Oh, you were telling me about it last night. Liberty Civil Defense. Let's take a look at it. Take a look at some Liberty Civil Defense. Liberty Ammunition, Civil Defense. Let's take a look. Yes, I'm over 18. Ballistics. Okay. That is pretty impressive for a 9mm round. That's pretty interesting. I might have to buy some of that magic ammo. I did see that it has a similar casing. Mr. Big A. Big Mr. A. Sorry. Matthew Faulkner. 9mm minus P. What's 9mm minus P? Is that like subsonic ammo, Matthew? I like it. I've never shot Liberty Defense. I've shot NavX. I think it's a little different. So from what I'm seeing, the Liberty Defense is plus P. This Civil Defense ammo. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go. 9mm ultra. Okay, so I see the ultralight. I will have to watch some ballistics video. I've seen the ballistics on mine. I'll need to watch some video on the ballistics of this Liberty civil stuff. Yeah. You've got that Liberty Civil Defense? Well, well, well. That's how I know it's officially you and not a fake you. So I don't know a lot about Liberty Defense. I've not shot it. I usually shoot my favorite ammo to get is every once in a while Winchester has a white box that has semi-jacketed hollow point. Hey Chanson, what's up, buddy? You bought an A300? That's awesome. But Winchester has this white box of semi-jacketed hollow point. And I really like it because you can get hollow point ammo for, you can get like 200 rounds. And I think it's like, I think you can get that for, I want to say it's like $40. 200 rounds for $40. It comes out to that, like you could get, if you bought 5 of them, it would be about $200 for 1,000 rounds. First shotgun in 10 plus years. So I'll look up Underwood Extreme Defender Platinum Edition as well. Thank you, Matthew. I didn't know that that they liked civil defense ammo. Oh, that's nice. That's a good price, ammo. That's a good deal. For Republic credits, that's a good deal on that one. I'm trying to find one. I want to pay about $500 or $600. I don't really want to go over $600 to get something similar to a Benelli. I know that if I went with not a pistol grip and not exactly a Benelli clone, I could probably find something, but I want it to be a Benelli clone. White box is dirty, but it's hollow points, so it's going to, and it's and because it's dirty, like I feel like it shoots pretty hot, and I like that because I shoot plus P ammo, like for defense when I'm out and about, when I'm at home. So I want to shoot when I go and I shoot at a range, I try to shoot the ammo or something similar to what I'm going to shoot in a defensive situation. So, no, I think that's smart ammo. What's going on, sis?
I don't know. I just kind of wanted to do that.
That's funny. Thank you. Close. It's almost Dylan. Riley. You spelled Riley wrong. So anyways, yeah, so I like to shoot ammo that is similar to what my defensive ammo is. Just because I want the recoil to be the same, especially when I'm doing when I'm really trying to dial in my skill. If I'm just mag dumping, then I'll just shoot whatever ammo I can get for the cheapest. If I'm just going to go and plink to plink, I'm not practicing any skills or tactics or anything like that. I don't know. I think people just have this preconceived notion that white box Winchester is going to be not as high quality, and it's going to be not like you might get misfires, and it's going to leave residue. It's not corrosive. It's just it doesn't burn as clean, and that's all probably true. If we're being honest, it probably is true. So, yeah, that's why I want to get one. Spirit Gold Dot, yeah. I'm pretty converted right now. I'm pretty converted on Novx ammo. Yeah, well, I can tell you this. As I've said, if you haven't checked it out, everyone, if you have a shotgun and you use a shot, because like I have shotguns, they're not my first choice for self-defense, but they're always prepared for self-defense. You can interpret that how you want. But I have poor man's slugs, and they work, and I feel more confident that they will be effective and not over penetrate. They'll penetrate what they need to, but they'll not over penetrate what they don't need to, if that makes sense. So, and wax slugs. Wax slugs. Wax slugs are good stuff. If you don't know what wax slugs are, I'm not going to tell you where you can get wax slugs, because there's a little bit of controversy around them. But you can go do a YouTube and a Google search. There's information out there on them. Iraq veteran 8888 is he's got some videos on them. I think they also have some videos on cut slugs, just so you're aware. I think you should get a birthday gift to yourself. Man, I'm trying to figure out. Did I tell you guys? I mean, I put it in the on my YouTube channel on my post, but we had 8,000 views last night. We averaged just under 1 minute for those 8,000 views. So 1 minute of view time times 8,000 is, or just under 1 minute times 8,000 views. It was really good. You hate shooting 50 BMG. What are you shooting it out of? The wax that that my wax slugs have is it's multicolored wax. It's multicolored wax. It's also non-toxic wax. It's you can get it you can get it in any craft aisle at the store. It's that same type of wax that you would find in like crayons. So, ammo for wax slugs. I've said you guys can. I don't tell anyone how to get wax slugs. I just tell people that you can do a Google and a YouTube search, and there are resources that are out there on how to get wax slugs. I've heard that glue sticks work well. The only concern I have with glue stick slugs is that they don't, like, when the wax slug hits, it it shatters. Like it penetrates soft stuff, but if it hits a hard object, it squashes really well. So it doesn't over doesn't over penetrate. So that's convenient. I've never shot anything with polymer cased ammo, Matt. I've never shot polymer cased ammo. Jesus is here, everyone. Hey, that's my only concern with the glue stick, is that it the glue stick slug. Oh, you mean Kentucky Ballistics? Yes, I've seen Kentucky Ballistics exploding 50 cal. Although it was, they determined it was from, like you said, it was an overly hot slap round. Well, so they're like polymer cased ammo was one of the concepts for the next generation squad weapon, the M17 and what is it, the M7 and the new 240. One of the General Dynamics, I think it was, General Dynamics had a patent for a plastic cased type of ammo. And my understanding is that the ammo actually performed very, very well. Correct. But hit the floor. What's up, buddy? Yeah, that polymer cased ammo, the plastic cased ammo, it's very efficient, and it's very very lightweight. But if the firearm, because the firearm has to be specific to use that, it's got like a whole feeding system, and the way that it ejects is different. The way that the chamber like wraps around it, so it's like, it's very strange. It's almost like using it, the concept is almost like the way that old ball ammo used to be, muzzleloader ammo, where it used the wad, the paper wad and all that. It's kind of like that, except everything's in the plastic case, and so it's like a completely solid chamber when it's closed, except the direction it goes. So it has, I think, a slightly lower cyclic rate, and where you're making up the weight in ammo, the firearm itself, I think, weighed a little more, if I remember all the details correctly. Matthew, you might know more about it than I do. See, what I want is I want a Glock 19 with a Glock 17, like a full-length slide. I'm going to look that up. I'm going to look up what... I guess I could just have a Glock 19 slide and then just have like a really long barrel. Sorry, I'm catching up on the thing. I was looking up barrels. Yeah. Sorry, thought it was a Glock 34. Or Glock 45? I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you want. What's up, Betta? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that plastic cased ammo is going to be a thing anytime soon, gentlemen. I just don't see it. At least not in small arms. Maybe they can find a way to use it like in like aircraft or armored vehicles. See, I thought there was one that had like a longer slide. Because I have a Glock, the equivalent of a Glock 17. But I thought it'd be cool to have like just another inch on that. Everybody always wants just one more inch. Yeah, I just thought. Really? Some dude shooting a 10 millimeter and didn't know how to do it? But pop out, rock out bars. What's going on, guys? Sorry, I know I haven't been. I feel like I haven't been engaging. I'm reading the chat. The chat is pretty intense, so I'm trying to read through the chat and make sure that I'm catching up. Ammo, you heard 30-06 is better than 6.5. Depending on what you're gonna do, it probably is. I think 6.5 has become more of a niche thing. I think they tried to make it like the next. It was the next big thing. And it kind of is, like with the new, again, with the new military. Hey, Ken, with the new military round, I think 6.5 by 51 is going to be, but it's different than 6.5 Creedmoor. The 270 Fury round, which isn't even exactly the same as the one that the military is getting. So, dude, my computer when I turned it on, when I logged into things to start this stream, it had been doing some updates and it just like blew up with chat from Discord, from Signal, from Google Thread, or from Instagram Threads, and then just from Instagram. It's pretty funny. So, oh. My brother's birthday, my younger brother's birthday was earlier this week, and he'd made a joke about an AR.
And so I wonder if he wants to. I wonder if he wants me to build him, get him a parts build. My day was long. My wife hasn't been feeling. So when my wife doesn't feel good, like she struggles when she doesn't get enough sleep. So when she doesn't feel good, I'm very like self-conscious of am I keeping her awake like with my movements because I'm a very very light restless sleeper. So I sleep on the couch. So I slept on the couch last night. She's still not feeling good, so I'm gonna sleep on the couch again tonight. And man, I feel it. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make you guys tired too. But I've also been up since 5:30, working and filming and doing things here and there. I didn't even get that money. I only put out like 3 videos today. 3 or 4 videos. Did I put out more than 3? Yeah, I only put out 4 videos today, which is odd because I normally put out like one every hour and a half. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully we all sleep really well. Hey, prepared father. When you do your long form videos, like, what's your average number of views on your long form video? Do you think? Because I have a lot of shorts. I mean, I put out usually 5 or 6 shorts a day, but I only put out long form videos maybe twice a week, and I usually only do like 5 to 10 minutes. And I know that would help me get more view hours, but I do mostly live streams for view hours right now. So like, how do you find that balance of how long is too long versus not long enough, but then also to maximize on views? Do you think that just comes with the more subs, and so because you have more subs, you're getting more views? People just show more interest in them over time. Because for instance, I know that there's 15 of you in here right now, or there's 15 people in the stream right now. I'm guessing of that 15, probably 7 of you are actively engaged, like people that I know. Hey, Cooking, what's going on? Sorry I didn't say anything. Hey, bud. But then I have like all my videos, and I don't expect all my viewers and all my subscribers to go watch every single video like in its entirety. But like most of my videos only have like 100 or so views. And when I look at them, it says most of them only have about 2 minutes of view time. So I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out is how do we find that balance? Yeah, I know part of it's the algorithm. Like that one video, the one short that I did with the my inner thoughts video, that one's doing really well. My boom oops is doing really well. Those are basically the 2 shorts that are driving my views right now. And then I know that some of my other videos. Hey, what's going on, Orange? I feel you, bud. I'm trying to make it to 11 tonight. I don't know if it's gonna happen. I'm trying to make it at least another hour. And then I'll probably just set up the props and go to bed. Yeah, get some sleep, bud. Bullets for bucks. What's going on? Yeah. Yeah, so I usually do bullets. I usually do like 6 shorts a day. I usually do between 3 and 6 shorts a day. And then like 2 long form videos. Thank you, Ken. I'm not the only one that says that. I just say it a lot. It's kind of the motto. So the motto of our channel, there's like a mantra and a motto. The motto is be below average, especially if it means protecting your kids. The mantra is always carry around in the chamber. Gotcha. It was Eli. He was asking if they're playing Fortnite. They got the new Sabrina Carpenter skin, so they're running around. There's a giant Sabrina Carpenter genocide going on in Fortnite. Kind of. Thanks, Bullets. I appreciate that. Welcome to the channel, by the way. I have not seen you here in one of my streams before. I try, dog. I try. Repo, I'm not sure what kind of stroke you had with your statement, but I'm trying to read it and I don't understand. Tons, how's it going? Welcome. Welcome back. You're trying to read your own stuff and you don't know what you said. So, oh, that's what I was going to do. I like engaging. You got invited to SHOT Show. That's really cool. I've never been invited to SHOT Show. I've thought about going. I'm just, you guys know me. You guys know from my content. I will pay for things if I see the value in it. I can watch SHOT Show for free. Yes, I understand. Hey, what are you doing right now? I don't know if you're playing video games or not, or if you're playing with your kids. But I was going to ask you, did you want to hop on my stream, and then I'll give you an AR build? If you give me a budget, I can definitely build it within reason of your budget, unless it's like $10. So, like I said, my brother's birthday was on the 5th, and he made a joke about me sending him one of his ARs, and I said, I'm probably not going to do that, but if you want me to, like, part one out for you, and give you some details of how you can order a bunch of the parts and put it together yourself, and have it be a mid-range AR, but at a entry-level price, I said I can do that, and he hasn't responded, so I tried messaging him again. I feel like that's always fun when you guys want me to do like builds or find something, just because I have. You're at 11. Weren't you at like 900 last night? Did you only get 200 in today? No, that's not gonna happen. Repo, he won't record something like that. But like I said, I mean that's one of the things I like doing, is I like I like answering people's questions about firearms and calibers and how to best use. That's why I like doing the Amazon stuff. I like trying to find best value solutions, because as I said, I think that people have more in common with trying to purchase something out of value and not having it sent to them by a sponsor or getting getting a paycheck from a sponsor or getting monetized, or you know they're trying to save money for a firearm, but they're also trying to save money for their little girl to do ballerina lessons or something like that. I feel like there's a lot more of us in that boat than those of us with just like dispensable income. Do I know Reloading Weatherby? I don't. So there's a couple of us from Utah Bullets. So I'm in Utah. On at least in my group here in my chat, I'm in Utah. Prepared Father is in Utah. I'm trying to remember who else. Not a sponsor is in Ohio. Jesus in my chat. Jesus is in Utah. Brass Facts. When you death grip it, you're sanding down your trigger guard. I have, speaking of sanding and like kind of along those same lines, I have polished my, because I cleaned my pistols today and I lubed them up really well, and then I cleaned them off and then I lubed them up and like just cycled them just over and over and over, cycled the slides over and over and over, and then wiped them down, lubed them up, wiped them down, lubed them up, cycled. I did that for like 2 hours today, and then I took out my micro dagger. I took the trigger assembly out, and I worked on hand polishing the all of the bars and stuff on it. So I think I might have smoothed out and gotten a little bit lighter trigger, and just since I don't have a different shoe yet and I want to get a new trigger for my 43X micro dagger. Dollar Sportsman is in Utah. I'm gonna have to look these guys up. You said it was Weatherby. Let me look that again. Reloading Weatherby and Dollar Sportsman. I know Zach's Jerry Rig Everything is in Utah. But I actually think he is kind of a gun guy. I just think he's also super anti-Trump and anti-Elon Musk, which is fine. He just kind of has a little bit of Trump derangement syndrome. Reloading Weatherby. And what was the other one you said, bud? Dollar Sportsman. Brass Facts. Caden, is Brass Facts here in Utah? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying something else about brass? Dollar Sportsman. Okay. I actually know that, like Garand Thumb, I talk about Garand Thumb a lot. I know that Garand Thumb is actually, he's pretty close to where I am, I think. Okay, I just subbed to both Dollar Sportsman and Reloading Weatherby. I might have to go comment on some of their stuff and see if I can get them to sub back. That's always nice. I'm about a third of the way to his number of subs. He's got a lot more long form video. I'm trying to figure out where he is based on his background. I do that sometimes. Like for Dude, over-under shotguns are smooth. My dad had a Browning over-under, and it was nice. That's what I had a single shot 20 gauge, and he had an over-under 12, and that's what we used to go duck hunting with when we would go duck hunting up in Alaska and down here. And his over-under was accurate, it was smooth, it was quiet, in the sense that, like, you know, you weren't having to ka-chink. Because realistically, I sometimes do airsoft. I don't own any airsoft stuff, Marshy. All of my stuff is real. But I do go shoot airsoft sometimes. Like some of my buddies and I, we've gone out and done airsoft. I need to get a couple of airsoft things because I think doing airsoft, especially indoors, I think it's a really good way to get dry fire experience. If you're younger and you can't own a pistol, like a regular pistol or a regular AR, airsoft is a great way to build fundamentals and skills and trigger discipline and loading and reloading. Drawing and reloading, and just everything about quick, concise, smooth tactics and fundamentals. You can do all of that with airsoft very effectively. It is 10:10 where I am. I'm in Utah, bud. It's Steve. Dude, I'm in the Air Force now. What do you want to know? Marshy wants to be in the Air Force, guys. What do you want to know about the Air Force, Marshy? I am not a pilot. I fly a desk. I do cybersecurity. I want to be a fighter pilot with 2.7 GPA. They actually don't make as big a deal about your GPA now. They want to see your Air Force officer qualifying test scores. That has a big impact. Those scores, your GPA kind of does, but they want to see. For pilots, it's more like, are you a decent guy? Do we get along with you? It's kind of like it's a courtship of, I'm going to make a bunch of friends, and it's really good. Oh, man. Yeah. If you want to get into the academy, that's something. But you don't have to go to the academy to be in the Air Force. Your dad was a helicopter pilot? That's cool. My dad flew KC-135s for the Air Force, and then as a contractor, he taught the Afghani Air Force how to fly Cessna 208s and PC-12, Pilatus PC-12s. Thanks, Marshy. The best school to get into the Air Force is a school that has a flight program. So there are some schools in North and South Dakota that have good flight programs. There's a really good school in Arizona, in Prescott, Arizona, called Embry-Riddle. They have an amazing flight program and a great ROTC program for the Air Force. Obviously, there's the Air Force Academy. Here in Utah, BYU has a really good Air Force ROTC program. You live in Vegas? I can't remember if NLV or let me check. Yeah, UNLV has an Air Force ROTC program. If Marshy, so that's a really good. Hey, what's going on, Sleepy Hollow? What's up, Dime? You're funny, Dime. Ken, the big one is 6.5 Creedmoor, and the other one is just a standard AR. That's pretty sneaky, Dime. That's pretty sneaky. So Marshy, what I would recommend if you're still in high school or if you're going to UNLV now, if you're like a freshman or a sophomore, go and talk to one of the. If you're in high school, go see if your high school does ROTC. If your high school doesn't do ROTC, okay, you're in 6th grade. Find out what high school around you has an ROTC program and do junior ROTC. And let them know you want to join the Air Force. Let them know you're interested in going to UNLV because that will give you a leg up because it's right there. And you can even go to, have your parents take you to UNLV and go talk to someone there. You want to go to Rancho for flight school? Is Rancho, if you can get your pilot's license and get some hours before you go to college, and while you're in college and you're going to ROTC, that would be super helpful. Go for it, Sleepy. Go for it, Sleepy. Dime, are you still in here? Do you want to try again? You want to try with something better? Do you want to know about the... Do you actually want to know about the guns? Yeah, that happens sometimes. That sucks. That's cool, Floor. That your dad did that. Well, if you get into ROTC, Marshy, in college, a lot of times that they'll pay for college, so then you can, whatever job you have, if you're doing anything, you can use your free time to do your flight training. But I would recommend because you can get your pilot's license at any age. You can start working on your pilot's license for any age. I still do cybersecurity, yeah, and I do work for the Air Force doing some cybersecurity stuff. And I all baddie. I don't get it, Sleepy. I hear my kids. Your cat's a baddie? I have dogs in here right now. I don't have my cat in here. Dude, what certs do you have, Steve? Can we get Zesty Dude, please? You don't have any certs at all? Even free certs? Tactical insertion coming. Thanks, William. Sleepy Hollow, go do it. I used to work on F-22s. I used to do cybersecurity on F-22s, Marshy. I know a lot about the F-22. For programming, there's got to be a for full stack. Oh. Do you have an Indeed profile? Steve, do you have an Indeed profile? I know it's your cat that wants to murder you, Sleepy Hollow. We're aware. I'm aware. I remember. I could have sworn that I got a notification about a full stack developer. Send me your resume. Email me your resume on my my email down below. I know a couple of companies that are headhunters. I don't know if they're going to require you to have a security clearance. If you don't have a security clearance, it might limit you, but there might be some open jobs or that just are public trust that they might be able to help you out. Shoot me your resume on belowaverageutahdad@gmail.com. I'll see what I can do. I'll throw it at some headhunters that I know. Okay. How do you get a security clearance? I don't use LinkedIn because it's free. No, that's fine. You don't. I understand you're not comfortable with it. That's good. That's good OPSEC. That's good operational security. I don't use LinkedIn because there's too much social engineering that can be done with it, so I don't use it. They would probably not let you fly. My Indeed? I would dox myself if I did that. Trying to think. Let me check something real quick. I do have a public facing. Hey Jake, what's going on? Casual Mechanic. Hey, what's going on? We're talking. I'm trying to help one of the guys in the chat. Trying to see if I can find something for his career field, but also we're trying to get Steve a job. But also we're just doing gun talk and stuff. We like guns, and I'm a dad, and I piss off woke parents, and I live in Utah, and I'm in the Air Force, and also a contractor, and yeah, just, normal stuff. How about you? What are you up to, bud? You go do that, Sleepy. Go do that, Sleepy. Marshy, my guess is part of that is because you're in 6th grade. I think as you get older, if you want to progress and you know that you want to be in the Air Force, I think you'll find a way to overcome your anxiety. You'll do it. You can do it, man. You've got this. Anxiety sucks, but you got this. Below average employment assistance, yeah. Steve. Cool, Casual. Welcome to the show. Welcome to our channel. We do these 3 or 4 times a week. I put out gun shorts. I put out comedy and gun shorts and dad stuff. Probably 3 or 4 times a day. So if you wanna hit the thumbs up and the subscribe button, like I'll make sure to help you laugh throughout the day to keep you a little bit more sane. And given that you are a vet, then even better. I'm an Air Force puke. Steve and Patty. So Steve and Patty, great question. Who are my main shooting inspirations? Obviously, rest in peace, R.I.P. Paul Harrell. Love Paul Harrell. But I also really like I like watching kind of the guys that have fun. I like the fun guys. So I think that Prepared Father, the Prepared Father. No, he's one of the guys that subscribes. Thank you, Jake. The one on the right over here. It's a Marlin 22. Marshy, my channel email is at the bottom, or it's on my profile. You guys anybody can email me on the Below Average Utah Dad. If you click on that and go to the splash page for YouTube, my Gmail is on there. You can reach me. It's my public Gmail for my profile. So I don't know, as far as shooters go, I don't know that I have a shooter besides Paul Harrell that I really, really like. More what I'm more like a 2A advocate, so I like people like I like Magdump Morgan, who used to be on Classic Firearms. I like Colion Noir because he's got lots of good information that's out there. I like channels that do like the folks from Colorado, Spartan Defense, Armory. I like those guys because I'm in Utah. Dude, you moved from Idaho? Dude, I'm in Utah, Casual. I'm sorry you moved to Virginia from Idaho. I mean, I know that maybe that was the plan, but I was born in Idaho, so so I really like to watch. Later, bud. Oh, okay. I used to hunt a lot because I grew up in Alaska. I used to hunt a lot in Alaska, and then when I lived in Idaho, I used to hunt like ducks. But in Alaska, I hunted moose, caribou, and bear. So now I just let my buddies here in Utah. Yeah, I haven't done any. You were carrying a pistol in Chicago? When was this? Ken? Yeah, so my dad was stationed at Mountain Home, Steve, for a while. For like 4 years. Yeah, Illinois got some weird thanks, Steve. He was not. He was a 135 pilot. Yeah, I have family that live in my aunt lives in Meridian. No problem, Steve. No, he was not a gunfighter. He was not a gunfighter at Mountain Home. But he did know former Congressman Chris Stewart when he was a B-1 pilot. So we were all there at the same time. So I've met Chris Stewart, but I met him before he was the the former Utah congressman. No problem, Marshy. Yeah, that's actually what I started when I first enlisted into the Air Force. I was a 135 crew chief. Now I do cybersecurity on F-35s and on classified information systems. See, that's awesome. C-130s are cool. People like C-130s go places and can be adapted to do so many different things. I actually really like C-130s. Sorry I'm not looking directly at my camera, guys. I'm reading the chat. What kind of jet, Marshy? Thanks, Ken. Try not to get shot today or tomorrow. So they actually, every once in a while, so like if you're in the Boy Scouts or if you're part of certain organizations, the Air Force will do they'll do certain flights on like KC-135s or C-130s or C-17s. They do them every once in a while. You just have to find who's sponsoring it. Done it, Gun. I've done it. I have flown jump seat in C-130, C-17, and KC-135. It sucks. That's cool, Una. Yep. Black Hawk helicopter mechanic and crew chief. Was that in Idaho? I've been to Nellis Air Force Base many times. Turk, what's going on? I've got to rip it. Right there. It's empty. You can get rippets at the Dollar General. That's a lot of rippet. I'm glad you like it, Gun. I'm glad your phone is better. Yeah, so they have a squadron there. It's a test squadron for F-22s, and so I used to work on them. I used to do the information systems, the weapon systems and stuff. I used to provide cybersecurity on the F-22. I like it, Gun. Yeah, this one's not a bolt action Marlin. This one's a semi-auto with the tube magazine. Jake. Okay. Was your wife stationed in Idaho? With the Navy? Is that what was going on? Oh, gotcha, Jake. Sorry. Okay. No problem, Steve. I'll make sure to check my email. Okay. Why are the socialists still trying to... Dude, it's a really funny thing. Okay, I'm going to tell you about this thread that I'm in on Facebook. So, Below Average Utah Dad has a Facebook page as well. So I have Instagram as the Below Average Utah Dad. I have Instagram, I have X, I have Facebook, I have Discord, I have YouTube. I also have Instagram Threads, which is kind of like X, but it's a little different. It's kind of like a cross between... Thank you, Gun. It's kind of like a cross between X and Facebook, the way that Instagram Threads works. But anyways, on the Facebook page, there's a page that I really enjoy reading because it's funny. Yes, Marshy, X is Twitter. Twitter is X and X is Twitter. And the page that I like, I don't follow them because I don't want to build their followers, but I like to read their stuff. It's U.S. Democratic Socialists, because they post some really, really stupid shit on there. What is my favorite gun right now that I own? Is right here. It's my Norinco Type 56 AK. I have an AK-47 that is a Norinco Type 56. That's my favorite gun that I own. I don't know that I have a favorite gun overall. I just like guns. Sorry, country. Welcome to the channel, by the way, Reed. That's cool. That's really cool. What does cybersecurity do in the Air Force? So it depends on where you are. Some cybersecurity units, I would buy as the Stava if it was a good price. When do you start getting in guns? What do you mean, country? Like, when did I start getting into them? Because I've been shooting since I was like 6. So it's kind of always been a part of my life. So I do have, if you guys want to share pictures, like I said, I have an Instagram page. I have Facebook. You're more than happy to go and share pictures on that. And then I can put them on YouTube as posts. I'm still in the reserves, Lucas. I'm a contractor, but I'm also in the reserves. Technically in Utah, if you have a CCW, you're like a posse member of the Department of Public Safety, so sort of. I don't have a Benelli M4. It's actually on my wish list right now, my long list of things that you guys, my subscribers in the chat and buddies, and just doing some research and watching other YouTube creators. I want to get a Benelli clone, like a Turkish clone or some other kind of Benelli clone. I'm probably not going to spend $2,500 to $4,000 on getting a full-on Benelli. Which brand and job? So, which branch? Air Force. So I'm in the Air Force Reserves, and I do cybersecurity. I don't have anything made by Colt. My ARs are I built my ARs. I built my pistols. I kind of rebuilt the Type 56, the AK. And so I have 3 ARs. I've got this pistol that's a 9mm. I have a standard AR-15, and then I have a 6.5 Creedmoor AR-10. So I've never been part of active duty gun, but I have been activated several times. Like I have so I've been in 18 years. The Guard's a little different. I have what's called, it'll have been 20 years since I enlisted. But because of the way that like points and everything add up to the Guard and the Reserve, it'll be 19 in November. Is this my merch? No. So I'm working on getting this. I'm working with the company that makes these to see if they'll sponsor me. So far, the answer's they haven't responded, which I'm taking as a no right now. But I'm going to bug them again. Which other country's Air Force is good, in my opinion? Are we talking about near peer, or are we talking about tactics? How do you want? How do you want me to approach it? Good can mean a lot of different things. Yeah, I was gonna say for the Colt AR-15 floor, they're really good. But I think that you can. Hi, Reed. I think that you can get better value out of like a Smith & Wesson M&P 15 Sport 3. Yes, they're definitely better than Rugers. I've been inside many, many, many jets. In comparison to the U.S., by all means, honestly, China's probably the next closest in terms of capabilities, in terms of like training and capabilities. I have seen a Cobra maneuver done. I used to work on F-22s. I saw them done all the time by F-22 guys. Sean, yeah, my standard AR is an Anderson. My AR-10 is an Aero Precision. I have experienced G-Force. I'm not a pilot, but I have been on flights that have had G-Force. And there's other ways to experience G-Force. There's other things that you can experience. What's my max G-Force? I mean, technically, if any of you guys have ever been to like a county fair and gotten on a Gravitron, we've probably all experienced more G-Forces than most pilots experience. Where do I place Pakistan's Air Force? I think their best. Pakistan's Air Force is like the equivalent of the late 60s U.S. Air Force. They have F-16s, which are Gen 4.5, and I think they might have a couple of MiGs, if I remember right. But I think that whatever their most advanced block F-16 is probably their best asset right now. Casual. Casual has 78 seconds of Mach 4. So, the U.S. was sending weapons and money and support to Ukraine. We've delivered. I think it's 18. It's like 12 to 18 F-16s to them. We've given them 12 to 18 F-16s. I think like 6 of them are there now, and I think the other 12 are still at Luke Air Force Base in Arizona because the pilots are still training there. So we're still supporting Ukraine. We're just not supporting them in the same way because, like, just it's a mess, and there's not really a way for Ukraine to win that battle. They don't have the funding and the manpower to win. And without people putting boots on the ground and fighting for Ukraine, which isn't going to happen because then Russia probably will take more drastic measures. That's not good. Yes, we still fly B2s. I would venture to say, I don't know for certain. You'd have to Google it. But I'm pretty sure that some of the stuff that's been happening with the Houthi in Yemen, I'm pretty sure that the B2s have been. I think we've had B2s do some of that. And I think Syria, there was Syria either earlier this year or at the kind of the tail end of last year. You're talking about Pakistan? Yeah, so if I remember right, I have mixed feelings on the F-47 casual. It looks like it has canards. I don't know why it would have canards. That's not very... As someone who fought against cartels already as a member of an entry identification and interdiction team during Operation Copper Cactus on the Arizona-Mexico border, working for the Joint Counter-Narco-Terrorist Task Force as in the Arizona National Guard and Air Guard. Sorry, that was a mouthful. I say kill all the cartels in Mexico. Go for it. I will not cry one bit. Make them disappear. And I think it's interesting that Mexico seems to have a big problem with it. Why would they care? If they're cartels... So, casual. So there's some interesting things about the 47. I don't think it's a coincidence that Boeing got the contract. One, I think Lockheed is too busy with upgrading the F-22 and in maintaining the F-35 to our partners and to themselves. And I think with some of the bad publicity that Boeing, the commercial entity, got over the last couple years, I think they needed a win. And like the F-47 isn't going to be built by Boeing, the commercial side. It's going to be built by the McDonnell Douglas side, which they're the ones that built the F-18 and the F-15. So I think we're going to get a really good aircraft. And frankly, Boeing is really good at stealth. People maybe don't realize how good at stealth they are. They actually are quite good at it. I also think we're probably going to see in the near future a more low observable air refueling tanker. And Boeing does a really good job of integrating with the other manufacturers. So even though the F-47, the award is going to Boeing to like build the aircraft, I guarantee you there's going to be weapon systems, there's going to be avionics, there's going to be some secret sauce from Northrop and Lockheed. All those guys, they all do a pretty good job of working together. It's who gets the biggest piece of the cake or the biggest piece of the pie, but they all get a piece of it. Void it, go for it. What's your political question? I'm only going to answer as below average Utah dad. Do I think Israel's in the wrong? No. No, I don't. I think when a nation decides to elect a terrorist organization that's been recognized as a terrorist organization for more than 40 years, and then that terrorist organization decides to attack a sovereign country, then that sovereign country is allowed to fight back. And the terrorist organization Hamas has been calling for the eradication of Israel since the 80s. Before that, Palestine was calling for the eradication of Israel. Iran, who funds and supports Hamas, and the Houthi, and Hezbollah, they have all been calling for the eradication of Israel. So, yeah, I don't agree with the eradication of Israel. So, what about since 1948? I think that you have. I think if you put your mind to it, Marshy, you can be in whichever branch of service you want to be. If you get good grades and you want to be a pilot and that's your goal, then that's what you're going to be. Okay, Sean, I'm going to ask you a question. This is going to be heated. This is going to be a heated question since we're going politics. I'm going to ask a question. All right? Thank you, Chug. It's a Winchester 120 Ranger. It's old. All right, Sean. How do you define innocent? Because Chris Kyle shot a lot of women and children. So how are we gonna? Voidic, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you now. There is nothing you can do or say that is going to change my mind. Frankly, I don't. If Palestine, if the people that are Palestinian or claim to be Palestinian, if they were recognized and supported as widely as some people claim they are, I question why some of the more... Oh, I agree. I think Jews and Muslims can coexist. Israel has been trying to coexist with Palestine for a long time. If anyone, and I might lose subscribers for this, and that's fine, but you asked about politics. This is my take as below average Utah dad. I don't agree with the actions that Hamas and Palestine have taken. I don't subscribe to the idea that the Israelis are Zionists. I don't. And that will probably make some people upset, and that's fine. I will always stand with Israel. 100% I will always stand with Israel. I've done stuff on deployments and in the Middle East, and I have stood and spoken and worked with more people in Israel that stand for the same beliefs that I have, a lot more than any other nation in the Middle East. And so when other nations are okay with the concept of the eradication of Israel, or the eradication of the Jews, or the eradication of America through proxy, or any other Western state, anyone that's seeking for a caliphate, then yeah, I don't support. I'll support any opponent to a caliphate. So, any opponent to Iran, any ally to the U.S. that is an opponent to Iran, I will support. But that's just me. That's just me. And anyone that Iran supports. And anyone that that supports Iran back. It's called being biased towards my own existence. Iran, since the revolutionary, since the Ayatollahs, what is it? Since the revolution in the 70s, they've been calling for the eradication of Israel, death to America, death to infidels. So, because I've read the Quran in English, so I know that Muhammad taught that in the end, he is the prophet, and that Allah wants all people to convert to Islam. And that if they don't convert to Islam, they can either be enslaved, essentially, and then they can pay a tax, acknowledge that, I know that part of this is part of establishment of a caliphate, that they can pay a tax that acknowledges that they are infidels, and that they should worship Allah, and that they should follow the caliphate. Establishing a caliphate is definitely in the Quran. That's what I mean, Sean. When people say that Israel is committing genocide, I say, for a country that has been founded and built up from people that were actually having genocide committed upon them. And when I say genocide, I mean like 70% of their global population was annihilated by the Nazis in 1948. If you compare that to the population of Palestine, about 50,000 of the total, it's like 11 million Palestinians that live there. Hey, what's going on, Clip? Of the 11 million. I'm gonna disagree, Void. Is that not what you were taught as part of Islam, or that's not what's in the Quran? Because there's not always the same thing. It's not all of Gaza. It's parts of Gaza. It's the small parts of Gaza. But yeah, Israel has killed roughly 50,000 Palestinians. That includes members of Hamas that are hiding behind and inside and around. Later, gunshots. I try to do live streams a couple times a week. But again, there are 11 million Palestinians. I believe that there's about 7 million that live in the West Bank. And there's some that also live in other parts of Israel, near and around Jerusalem and stuff. What's going on, Platinum? And so there makes up in the entire country of Israel, including the West Bank, Palestine, and around Israel, there are 7 million Palestinians. 50,000 of them have died. Now, that includes Hamas. So let's go ahead and say, because I think it's roughly 75% of those are Hamas, is believed to be Hamas, because Hamas is hiding in Gaza, in the Gaza Strip, in the West Bank, behind children and women, and they're shooting from behind using human and human shields in women and children. So they're allowed to fight dirty. Oh, let's see. Okay, so according to Gaza's health ministry, the Palestinian death toll in Gaza as of March 23rd is at 50,000 since Israel began offensive in October 2023. And it is suspected that there are 35,000 I'm not saying that there aren't some that are I'm not saying that there aren't some Jewish people that are being hateful, just like there are hateful people all over the world. You're good, Marshy. Go to bed. There's hateful people all over the world. Not all of the... I'm not going to even pretend that all of the people that are in Israel are good or that they want the best possible outcome for the Palestinians. 100% that's not going to be the case. Do I hate Germans? I hate Nazis. I told you I don't have a problem with Palestinians. I have a problem with Hamas. I think the problem that you're going to have with Palestine and with Hamas is that most of Palestine doesn't condemn Hamas. And Hamas is suspected of having 20 to 30,000 people. Now, 50,000 people have been killed in Palestine since October of 2023. So we know that that Israel has... Why does Palestine need a group to retaliate against Israel if Israel's not attacking them? See, here's the thing. Floor, that's where I think so even the Hamas has close to 30,000 military personnel. It's not a small militia. So that's official. Officially, Hamas has about 30,000 personnel. And those personnel are constantly replenished. I know that they're attacking Palestine. See, Void, here's the difference between us. I don't want innocent people to die. But I know that Hamas has been in power since 2007. They were established in the 1980s. All right? And the people of Palestine voted Hamas, which was already recognized by NATO, okay, and Israel as a terrorist organization. And other UN nations recognized it as a terrorist organization. Not all of them, but many of them did. NATO did. So now we have a situation where a country has elected a terrorist organization to be their governing and military body. And they haven't tried to change that. So now you have a country that's saying, well, we're innocent and we don't like Hamas, but we also put them into power and said, go ahead and do what you need to do. And Hamas has continuously said that they want the eradication of Israel. So when you have a nation of voters that choose to elect, like here, to give everyone floor, to make a good example, that would be like if the KKK or the Aryan Nations decided to be an official political party and and the candidate and that political party started winning elections all over the United States, and then they became the governing body of the United States. All right? That's what has happened in Israel. It didn't happen because Hamas just took over. As you said, there's 7 million people, and there's only about 30,000 members of Hamas. So those 30,000 members didn't force all 7 million people to you want to bring back a geriatric like dementia patient? I mean, he's still alive. It's not like he's not here. Exactly. And the same can be said of Israel. They're kind of hey Blake, I see. Your name's Blake. And kind of the same thing. Like, I guarantee you that there's people in Israel that teach their children to hate Palestine and hate Hamas. But we do know that there are at least 30,000 officially sanctioned Hamas terrorist members. All right? So that's, if we're going to say that there are other militias in Palestine, let's say that some of them support the IDF, but let's say the majority of them don't. So you have Hamas, which is 30,000, and then you have other militias that are outside of Hamas that are funded by the Iranian Republican Guard, and that's part of the problem. That's the main problem. The actions that took place on October 7th were funded by the Iranian Republican Guard. There were weapons that Hamas used that came from, yeah. Oh, I tell people that on my social media all the time, man. You should follow me on X. Who wants to get good? I do. Who wants to get good? I do. Yeah, on X, I'm buddies with a bunch of people like Dragon Mans and Spartan Defense Armory. Later, Void. No, you're cool. If you want to follow me on Facebook, it's also Below Average Utah Dad on Facebook. Yeah. Some of the weapons that were found in Palestine and by Hamas came from the Taliban that were left when Biden abandoned Afghanistan. Floor. That's been confirmed. 100% that's been confirmed. That's why I actually don't like talking about it, because I think that Israel is doing it perfect? No, I don't. Do I think they could maybe do it a little bit better? Yes. But yeah. I agree, Casual. No, you're good, Floor. So a lot of they've confirmed that some of the weapons, like a fair amount of the weapons from the October 7th attack, confirmed they were weapons that came over from the Taliban, that were leftover weapons from when the Biden administration abandoned Afghanistan. It has been confirmed that there were U.S. weapons that were used by Hamas on the Israelis on October 7th. 100% that's been confirmed. Yeah. So that's where I take a lot of issue with it. Is I and 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 remember, I'm trying to present this as I support Israel because I've worked with the Israelis before, and again, this is my take as below average Utah dad. I have some insight. Hey, what's up, Rat? I have some insight that many of you probably don't have. If you want to, you can kind of see some of it, like from HLC, from Habitual Line Crosser. He does a really good job of doing open source news, and he really dives into it as much as he can. I have some perspective that there's a reason I have the perspective that I do, and the reason that I have the feelings that I do. I've heard of former IDF, not current IDF. But we also helped Do I support gays? I don't have a problem with gay people. Go be gay. I don't care. I'm gonna treat you the same whether I'm gonna treat you the same whether you're gay or straight. Just pick one and stick with it. Like, and I'm not gonna treat you special if you're either one. I don't care. That's cool too. Whatever you want to do, Marshy. Hey, thanks, Floor. I know it got a little heated. I kind of knew when he started asking, when that dude started asking me questions, when Boyd started asking some questions about. Cool. Tom Clancy's really good. I have all of his books. I've read all of the Tom Clancy books. I have all of them, and I've read all of them. I kind of knew where the conversation was going to go when he was asking about the Pakistani military. What I wanted to say is that Pakistani military freaking sucks and can get monkey stomped into the ground. It's not even hard. Like, you know, he's like, well, you guys put sanctions. Like, well, yeah, when you start buying shit from China, we're not going to sell stuff to you, especially when it comes to military shit, because we don't want you to use their weapon system on our systems that we've sold to you and then report back to them, because that's what China does. China says, oh yeah, we'll give you a really good deal on all of this stuff. We'll give you a really good deal on the JF-17. Here, take the JF-17. We'll give it to you for almost free. But when you go fly your F-16, what we want you to do is do all of your tactics like the Americans taught you on the JF-17, but then you have to share with us anything that you find as far as like radar capabilities, cross sections, like frequencies. Like that is 100% how China operates when they do supportive stuff for other countries. That I can talk about. At least I can talk about like the way that they use those tactics to get information. 100% that's what they do. That's why Turkey doesn't get the F-35 anymore. Turkey bought SA-400s, which is was like kind of co-developed between Russia and China, and it was at the time. And it still might be one of, if not their best surface-to-air missile system. And so they bought that, and they thought that we were going to sell them, still give them the F-35, which is arguably like the fourth most classified aircraft that we have or program in U.S. existence in terms of like operational aircraft. And they thought we were going to still sell that to them, and we're like, no, we're not going to let you practice with our airplane on those systems that you got from China and Russia. We know that you're sharing that shit with them. There's not a snowball's chance in hell. In fact, yeah, China does that shit all the time. All the time. They'll go in and sell a weapon system or whatever. Why did I choose to be a Freemasonic slave? Because they have guns and cheeseburgers, obviously. Why wouldn't I? Guns and cheeseburgers. And bacon. And bacon. So, what's not to love? I also donate a little. You're welcome. I also donate a little bit of money every month to the Keep Chemtrails Flying Fund. I'm all about chemtrails. Except it's like it's literally like wish.com. When they steal our stuff, they copy and paste, but it's kind of like a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy. You know, by the time you get six photocopies in, you're going, it doesn't look quite right. You're gonna get more aftermarket support with Glock 20, with the Glock platform. The M&P 2.0 in 10 probably is a smoother shoot. I think it's more ergonomic, but you're gonna get more aftermarket support in the Glock 20. You might get longer mags. You might be able to get like extended mags with the M&P 2.0. But you're probably not going to get like a whole bunch of great aftermarket trigger support. I don't know that you're going to get better barrels because 10 millimeters is going to chew through barrels. You're probably also going to get longer overall barrel life in a Glock than you are in an M&P. Especially in 10 millimeter. Oh man, it's almost time, guys. It's almost time to set up the overnight. Redacted note. Oh man, I was gonna read it, but now I can. I want to get an M4 clone. I think Panzer Arms builds probably the most economic one. I think it's Orthos that builds probably the best performing one. I know there's some other ones that are in there, kind of in between those two. Glock is making rifles? No, they're not. What kind of rifles are they making? They are. Damn it. Hold on. Now I gotta look at this thing. If this Glock AR-15, Mr. Potato had 1227. The wood one, that's just a Marlin 22 Potato Head. I also have a 6.5 Creedmoor AR-10, and I have an AR-15, just regular AR-15. For shooting steel, if you're just gonna shoot steel, use birdshot. Just go get like white box Winchester. If you're just gonna shoot steel, dude. I was just looking it up. The Glock, the GR-115. It looks like a Glock AR-15. It looks good. It looks clean. It's probably gonna be expensive as shit. It's going to be like a $1,500 rifle, and I might buy one just so that I have one, just to say that I have one. Here's the thing. How long did it take Glock? No, I'm getting ready to go to bed, bud. Not a problem. I'm glad you like it, Mr. Potato Head. Saad Almaki, how's it going, man? PSA Jackal's cool. A couple of my subscribers and fellow YouTubers, they've built a couple of Jackals. Yeah, Jazz. I think they're gonna build an AR-15, and then I think they're gonna build a pistol caliber carbine. That or they're gonna really toss things up, and they're gonna build an AR-15 and they're gonna build an AR-10. I wouldn't be surprised to see both of those. But given how long they've been doing the pistol thing and how well their initial design worked and has continued to work, there's probably a reason they've taken as long as they have to get into the AR-15 market and just really nailing things down. I could be wrong, but I hope I'm not. I would love to see them offer a really well-built AR-15 for under $1,000. I think that would be cool. So, all right, guys, I'm going to turn my camera. I'm going to do my thing. Oh, what are we going to do tonight? Let's do... We always got to do the AK. So we're going to do the AK. We'll do the AK, and let's do the 15. Yeah, we'll do the 15.
Okay. Doing the same thing I always do, man. Setting up my stuff. Cyber transport systems. It's network engineering, is what it means. Yeah, it's a whole story, Sean. If you it's actually easier to just tell people to go and look at my video that's called How I Got My AK. Sorry, it's just easier to do it this way. It looks cleaner this way. Sorry. Yeah. We're going to go with that. PlayStation on top. What do you mean PlayStation? I don't have a PlayStation on top. Okay. I have a PlayStation. I have a PlayStation 5. I have a Switch. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 gaming computers. So, okay, guys. I'm going to call it. I'm going to do the thing. I'm putting our overnight sounds up. An original Nintendo Switch. Okay, I think that's everything that I need. Leave that there, those there. Okay. All right, dogs, let's go. Thanks, guys, for hanging out and chatting with us tonight. We'll see you tomorrow. Come on, dogs.